I'm just setting up the live stream, so please bear with me. So we have full tanks of fuel on the B-2, and we're going to see how far we get. I have restarted the aeroplane after we had a bug appear in the aeroplane earlier this morning, or earlier this afternoon I should say. So yeah, we should be okay this time. I've gone through the same checklist and we've got no error, so there must have been something else going on in the aeroplane that caused both the sound issue we had and other issues. So we are going to do the transatlantic route straight, you know, this is essentially, obviously the aircraft tankered when it went to the air show at Fairford, but we're going to fly at least one way of the route. We're not going to do it there and back again, otherwise we'll be running the simulator through until tomorrow evening, which would be fun. So I need to program the route in, I guess. So we go into here, we put the G5000 on, we go and put the flight plan page up. Origin is the home of the B-2, Whiteman Air Force Base. So Kilo Sierra Zulu Lima. Kilo Sierra Zulu Lima. Enter. And we're going to Echo Golf Uniform November. Echo Golf Uniform November. Mildenhall Air Force Base in the UK. Is it really going to be as simple as programming that out in one go? So let's just have a quick look here. It would make sense to go out to chose, maybe add waypoint chose to the flight plan. So obviously I'm not going to be present for the entire flight live on the stream. I will leave it running in the background and I'll put a note up on the screen to say as much. So let's go and pull up the fuel. We'll run a spreadsheet in the background. You can see we're full tanks across the board. We'll run a spreadsheet in the background to see how we do on range, so I'll check in every hour or so. So let's go and put chose in as an initial waypoint. So add C H O S E. Enter. Okay, that's got that. So, and we can put further waypoints in when we get to the other end of the route. We go full screen on this. There's no point having the navigation display on. Okay, so we haven't got any data for the aeroplane either, so we're just going to get to altitude and see how we get on. So let's go and program that into the autopilot before we start. What are we doing for volume levels, by the way? Let's go and turn that up a bit so you get to hear the aeroplane in the background. So nav source is GPS. We are going to put navlock on. We are going to go and put the altitude target in as we're going to go for 48,000 feet. We're going to do this at extreme altitude all the way. And vertical speed to get there, we'll go for 2,000 feet a minute. And we're going to go vertical speed lock, and it will change to altitude lock automatically when we get there. So speed is 250 knots initially, and then we'll modify that on the way out. So we'll go and put auto throttle on and arm it. No, not now, you silly aeroplane. It's a bit dumb at times, isn't it? We should have had the taxi light on, by the way, on the way out to the runway. So let's go and taxi out. So what else do we need to take care of? Put the pitot heat on. We don't need any anti-ice, I don't think. Put the cabin packs on to give ourselves some air conditioning. Oxygen's on auto. So, given that this is absolutely filled to the brim with fuel, it's going to be interesting to see how quickly it will take off. Warning. So I've just pushed the throttles all the way forwards. So 50 knots, 60 knots. Yeah, we're getting turbine temperature warnings. So if I just pull the throttle back gently, it will stop doing that. Okay, shall we rotate it gently and see what happens? Just thinking about it, and we're airborne. So we're getting some leading edge compression there of the air, which is quite cool. Get rid of that master caution. So taxi light is still on. Turn that off. Autopilot on. So it should be targeting 250 knots, which we're just about at. And we're coming up to the first turn, so the aeroplane should bank right fairly soon. And then climb out to 48,000 feet. It's saying taxi light is still on. Oh, I haven't turned it completely off. Okay. So we don't need that display on, we'll just leave the engine gauges on so we can see what's going on easily with the engines. Autopilot is on. Why have we not just turned right? Oh, navlock isn't on. You can't engage it until you're in flight, so there we go. It's just gonna, it'll intercept the nav route automatically. So, off through the cloud. So we're off on our way to England, and I imagine this is going to take the best part of probably 10 hours. So, looking at the time, it's going to be 2 in the morning, isn't it, by the time we arrive? Maybe I'll have a sleep and then wake up to do the approach later. We'll figure it out on the way, we'll do some maths. So we're climbing out to 48,000 feet. I gather the ceiling for the B2 is about 50, but again, it's classified, so you're not going to know exactly what height they go to operationally. But obviously, the higher they go, the safer they are, because the further you are away from a missile that might get fired at you, or the further are you away from sensors as well. So you can see we're just coming in towards the track. So this is aircraft facing, of course, so the whole thing is rotating gently. If we go and look on the navigation display here, if we go and zoom this out a bit, it might be nice actually to put this into Navigraph. We'll pull up Navigraph while we're flying so we can look at it now and again. Unload that flight plan, a new flight. We'll also put it up into add-ons. So let's go for Volanta. We'll record the flight for posterity. It's not going to know anything about this aeroplane, so we've got no aeroplane image available, so we'll go and pull up the image for it, and we'll put in my call sign, flight number, what should we call it, B2. And where were we flying from and to again? So KSZL to EGUN. KSZL. So Whiteman Air Force Base to EGUN, which is RAF Mildenhall. Out of flight plan, enter a text route. If I just put direct, it should understand that. Yep, it's done it. So let's go and turn off some of the other networks in Volanta. If we can't turn Volanta itself off, that's a bit of a shame. Everyone else. There we go. So only friends are going to show up on here. So we'll minimize that. We've got a few friend requests. So if you want to friend me, I am John Beckett at Volanta. So you'll see me on the map, and they have got a nice little icon there of a B2, which is quite fun. And we're off on our way. We're doing, what's the altitude we're at? Have we gone through 10,000 feet yet, by the way? 14,000. So we're going to go and set the speed out to Mach number of 0.8 Mach. We'll keep an eye on those N2 numbers. We're still climbing at 2,000 feet a minute, aren't we? Should we lessen that off to 1,500 feet a minute to give it a chance to be able to speed up? So if we go to the vertical speed mode, we're in vertical speed lock at the moment. We'll go for 1,500 feet a minute. It's a shame it doesn't have anything more clever in terms of climb. So you will see the Mach number slowly come up. So we've got 240 indicated ground speed there. That's going to slowly increase, hopefully. Famous last words. Yeah, there we go. Look, it's starting to increase. I say that, and it's bobbling around. So we're doing Mach 0.5 at the moment. Obviously, we're just about to come through 18,000 feet. I don't know if you can actually set the baro on this one. Ah, you can. But I don't know how it works. So if I press baro, will it go to standard barometric pressure? 2992 baro. Doesn't say, does it, if it what it's using? I'm guessing it's in inches because of it being an American plane. So we're at 20,000 feet, so we're about halfway through our climb. It's still holding 0.5. So if I go back and have a look at that. Speed. Mach 0.8 targeted. We'll just leave it alone then, so it's obviously doing the best it can. And while that's all happening, we see Volanta's up and running, and we're going to put the basic route into Navigraph. So select, we want KSZL, and we're going to EGAN. We took off on runway 01. We didn't use a standard departure, and we will not fill anything in about the destination until we're much closer. Okay. So I do actually have a spreadsheet somewhere around here. So if I pull up Google Drive and I type in fuel, I did this a long time ago. So we need to put some times in. So if we put in 16:46 and distance to go. Now, will it tell us on the on here? So we want the to E-gun 3707 to go. And the amount of fuel we have at the moment added together 160.2 thousand. So what that will do is put a marker on here. Then over time we will put more readings in, and we'll be able to see the burn down rate of the fuel. Obviously it's not going to make much sense yet, but it will do later on. So we'll run that spreadsheet in the background. Just looking at the live stream comments, somebody has said, why aren't they going in a straight line across the map? Oh, that's a good one. I love that sort of comment. I think it's great. Kind of baiting the flat earthers. It's worth it, isn't it? Okay, so shall we put some waypoints along the route or not? Because we could, couldn't we? Or do we just let it follow the Great Circle route? So if we were going to do it, it's interesting, isn't it? Because there's all these transatlantic tracks. We can load them into LittleNavMap, can't we? Download the oceanic tracks, and then we can, there they are. So those were accurate as of right now. So we could go to Janjo maybe, or Hoist, and then follow that track to Kessex, and then, so should we do that and follow the track that other aircraft will be on? We'll obviously be above them. So we're going to go via Hoist, so add Hoist. Then 5750 north, add, famous last words. Whoa, has LittleNavMap just blown up? Yes, it has. That's a real shame. Okay, so it's got my old flight plan from before, which is not ideal. No, So we took off from KSZL. Let's go to map and remove all the range rings. We're going to Mildenhall. And we're going to then go flight plan and where was it? Download oceanic tracks. There we go. So add hoist. Add 5750 north. Add 5840 north. Add 5730 north. Add 5720 north. Add Sunot. And add Kessex. So let's see if those are in the navigation system of the aeroplane. So hoist is our first one. If they're not, we won't worry about it. So after chose, we're heading towards, or we want to go to hoist. H-O-I-S-T. Enter. Now, is hoist Canada? Yes, it is. Well, it's over Newfoundland. And then we go to 5750 north. Add en route waypoint. 5750 north. Enter. So if we can zoom out far enough on this, we could probably see the route. Can we drag this? No, we can't. Damn. So 5840 north should follow that one. 5840 north. Enter. It seems to know them. Then 5730 north. Then 5720 north. Then Sunot. And Kessex. Okay, fuel remaining. Oh, it's predicting, look. Not enough fuel, but that's probably because we're in climb at the moment. So what we might have to do at some point en route is go and employ the tanker. But we're still climbing, remember, so once we level out and the N2 turns down, we'll be a lot happier. How are we doing in terms of altitude? We're slowly climbing. So now we've got that route in, we'll go flight plan and we'll copy that to the clipboard, and then we'll go back into Navigraph, we'll unload that and do a new flight and edit it here and paste this in. Get rid of that. Okay, that's got the same routing. It hasn't got Kessex. It doesn't seem to know it. Or does it? It's just not drawing it. Yeah, it is. It's just not drawing it. Okay. And then we could do the same for Volanta probably. So if we can go in here, we can say edit the route. Add a flight plan, enter a text route. So we go, instead of saying direct, we'll get rid of that and we'll save the route. And it's got it. Oh, it's going via hoist in the US though. It's got the wrong one. Interesting. This is one of the failures of Navigraph, really. So we'll edit that route again. Add a flight plan. We could put it into Simbrief, couldn't we? I wonder if Simbrief will understand it. Although Simbrief won't have a B2, or I wouldn't have thought it would. Import a file. We can import a PLN file. Okay, so we'll export this. So save flight plan as a 2020 PLN. Save it. There we go. So Whiteman. So it's in the download folder. So then if I go select route in downloads, and there it is. Oh, so that was the wrong program, wasn't it? What are we doing? What are we doing? So edit route, import a file, Whiteman, open. Save route. No, it's done the same thing. Look, it's just read it and got it wrong. So we'll just ignore that waypoint. It's a shame, isn't it, that it's got it wrong, unless we can just edit it by hand. We'll put another one in that's nearby. So instead of saying hoist, what could we put in that's near the route? The VOR here at YWK is probably as good as, or this one here, YYR, so Yankee Yankee Romeo is in the neighbourhood of hoist. So edit route, add a flight plan. So if I import this, so that read that from it. We said Yankee Yankee Romeo, didn't we? Save route. There we go. That's much closer to the one we're actually doing. Okay, so I'll leave Volanta running in the background. And we're going to see how we get on. The interesting thing I noticed though straight away is this is predicting it's not going to make it. But that may be because the predictions are wrong. So we're minus 112 gallons. Oh, but look, this is wavering. When we get to cruise, that's based on our current fuel burn rate. It's not clever. When this gets to 44,000 feet and levels out, we'll start saving a lot of fuel. Also, let's pull up the wind barbs. Wind at flight plan cruise altitude. We're going to get a tailwind all the way across the US and a lot of the way across the Atlantic. So we've got favourable winds all the way. So we'll be absolutely fine. We'll save way more than 100 and whatever it was. Yeah. At the moment, see, look, it's shot up. It's moving all over the place at the moment due to the wind, and because we're climbing. As soon as we level out, we've got 800 left at the moment. That's going to increase enormously. Because of the tailwinds en route. Okay, let me just go and change the output for the volume here to my speakers. So we just need to keep an eye on the aeroplane, really. There's the route. So if we just increase the range on this, we've got a 500 mile range on it at the moment. can see over here where we are on the route at the moment. So we're heading towards Hoist. What can we do with the map settings then? So we can show traffic. Obviously it's not going to really show anything. Should we switch the map round so it's north up? Then it makes more sense for anybody looking at it, doesn't it? So then if we can bring the zoom level down, we know where we are at the moment. So we're still over mainland US, and we will be for a while. We'll cross into Canadian airspace in about how far? So if we go measure distance from here, 475 miles to the border. So if we go and have a quick look at this, we saw the fuel burn rate earlier, so we're down to 155.9. So if we put this into our spreadsheet here, so at 1701, the distance to go was where are we? Can't see it on this sheet, can we? Can we see it in the legs page in here actually? Flight plan. Show 1700. Can we go next page, previous page, or just scroll through it? There we go. Whoops. So E-gun is, oh yeah, it doesn't give us a cumulative number though. That's rubbish, isn't it? We can't scroll up and down this either, can we? We would have to go to the home page and go to the flight plan. And then as we scroll down it, it will show us them here corresponding. So E-gun, yeah, 573. Although that doesn't give us the total either, does it? Which is frustrating. Distance. So ETE, can we change? I don't know if this will let us change the numbers. Some of them do, some of them don't. Depends how fully simulated it is or which version it is. You could go to setup on some of them. Yeah, they haven't simulated that. That's been cut off. So what about map settings? Can we change the data? Flight plan text, airspaces, airports, other vectors. No, that's really annoying. This will stop us having a nice spreadsheet. Because what we want is distance to go. So we've got fuel to go, but we haven't got an accumulated distance to go. Unless it's hiding somewhere in here. What have we got? So coming up to 43,000 feet, we're almost at cruise altitude now. Obviously the higher we get in the sky, the more efficient the engines become. Did we put 44 or 48? I can't remember now. I think we put 44, didn't we? That's quite frustrating about not being able to look at this. So where did I get that number from previously? All I need is to find out distance to go. None of these are going to tell me it, are they? Don't think even Navigraph will. Navigraph will give me pretty charts, but no actual live data about the route. Well, that's rubbish. I mean, what we could do is measure it on the map. So you could go measure distance, and we could do it this way, look, and do the great circle distance, which is 3584. Okay, so if we put this in there and make this correct, so 1706 3504, and the amount of fuel we have at the moment is 154.6. And this should hopefully start to make some sense. Or it would if I had programmed it correctly. I'll have a look at that later. I've obviously put something in about the ranges wrong. Minor count 2, major ticks is good. Horizontal axis. B3 to D17. C2 to C17. That should be B.
Unsafe.
That was a USB glitch. That made us look, didn't it? There's obviously, yeah, there's something, maybe this has been broken over time, I'm not sure. But what it should do is give you a converging line of distance to go and fuel to go, but I'll worry about that another time. Oh well, that was a nice diversion, wasn't it? But we do get the calculation here anyway, and in here to show us fuel remaining at each point of the route. So look, it's suddenly saying we'll have 5,000 left E-gun, which is kind of what I was expecting, that we'd have way more than enough to get there, because we are now at 44. Did I put 48,000 feet then? Let's go and have a look. RNAV altitude. Oh yeah, I put 48. So we are really pushing it up to the high altitudes. So let's take the climb rate down to 1,000 feet a minute now. So you should see the nose gently slacken off there, and the speed will come up. So one of the screens you can get over here shows you, where is it? There we go. It does explain what you're seeing here in the book. I'll try and find out for you. Here we go. So the two gauges here and here are the engine percentages. In the middle, the dotted line is the engine thrust and thrust delta. Obviously on the top right you've got the alerting, so crew alerting system or CAS messages. You've got the total fuel on board, which is on the bottom right in green, the TOT. Consumption in pounds per hour is the opposite, so the bottom left of that display, so 13.2. Number 7, oh sorry, this is the control position indicator. So obviously you haven't got any rudders or anything to show, so all it has to show is the positions of the controls. Why is it showing 9? Surely that should go down to 0. And you would get 3 green dots would appear here as well if you had the undercarriage down. So I'm going to research the book for the word deflection. So I think the truth of it is the edges of the ailerons, or the flap rudders I think they call them, drag rudders, sorry, they are always slightly open. So if you look carefully, that's them. So that's how it keeps it pointing the right direction. So they will be, you know, tweaking ever so gently to stop the aeroplane rotating on its own axis. So that's why they stay open. So there we go, we're crossing the United States at the moment. We should be getting fairly close to the Canadian border, or not quite yet. So we're still only at Mach 0.65. So let's just drop this down to 500 feet a minute, and obviously we're getting close to its maximum. Presumably, we haven't gone VS lock, have we? That will do it. Let's just keep an eye on this then. Watch the speed. No, that's losing speed. So we want 200 feet a minute. Mach 0.65. Obviously we're way up in the thin air, so things are going to be very slow to occur. Should we go and just check that speed has not been locked out in some way? So RNAV, speed. Oh, the auto throttle wasn't on. That'll be why. You can hear it raising. I just noticed it wasn't going as fast as it could. I wonder if that was the control glitch earlier that did that. So now we've got a bit more power, we can go for a higher climb rate. So we go to altitude, vertical speed, let's go back to 500 feet a minute, just for the top of the climb. So it's gone back to, it's 100% N1, that's the turbofans, 93% on the gas turbines. Minus 44 degrees outside, that's not great, is it? Properly cold. Too cold to form ice though, which is good. So we're slowly making our way up. Coming up for Mach 0.7 in a little while. Why is it saying Mach 1.5? It's not what I've commanded. Whoa, where did that come from? It can't do Mach 1.5. 0.9 would be good. So Paul is asking what my route is. We are doing one of the transatlantic treks. We've taken off from Whiteman Air Force Base. We're flying out to what was it called, Hoist, and then following the Romeo track across the Atlantic, and then we'll come in across the top of Ireland and land at Mildenhall probably in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Depends what sort of progress we make, because I'm hoping we'll be at cruise altitude. We're going up to 48,000 feet and we're going to try and get to Mach 0.9 if we can. Obviously it's going to take a while to get there. I haven't done a transatlantic route for a couple of years. Why am I left of the route? Because this isn't tremendously accurate on the way it renders it. This is an enormously long leg, longer than it should normally be. Like I'm showing 500 miles here as well. So if we go and show this here, although it's, yeah, look, this rendering is wrong as well. So it may be there's some variation between the way that this renders it on the G5000 and the way that other things render it. So we could put some interspersed waypoints along the way to break it up, to make it more accurate. So we could go and, you know, find some waypoints. But it's, you know, it becomes debatable, is there really any point? It's just variations in the rendering of the different systems. Plus it does appear we have some pretty horrific winds going on. So let's have a look on LittleNavMap. We've got a 40 knot crosswind at the moment. That's not too bad. You can get, you know, hundreds of knots at altitude. So some of these, can we see what they are if we hover over them? Yeah, it's only 40 knots look at altitude at the moment. It's over 50 knots when you get a stronger barb showing up. But it isn't unusual to see well over 100 knot winds at altitude. But we're obviously going to be benefiting from that tailwind, especially once we get over here, look. So we'll have a 60 knot tailwind when we fly over Quebec. Now, does that kick off the autopilot when that happens? No, auto throttle's on. What about the vertical speed lock is still on? And we're edging our way up towards 48,000 feet. Be there soon. So I wonder if there are many people around in the simulator. If we zoom out and press the name badge button, I think we're on Western USA at the moment. So I ought to go for Eastern really, didn't I? If I just pause the sim for a second and go and change our network. Well, let's go for USA, East USA, and resume. And we'll hopefully see some names appear. Yeah, here they come, look. So we got a 767 over there. We got a A320, 737. Not sure what that is. TBM. There's a Scout helicopter over there. So Turk is asking what is the nearest airport. At the moment, the nearest airport would be southern Wisconsin or anywhere on the Chicago, on the western side of Lake Michigan. So if we were going to put some waypoints in to help it out, should we put some, if we put the BAE VOR in, add that to our route. Let's do it. Hopefully it won't cause the airplane to stall out. So if we go back up, so we haven't got to hoist yet, remember. So go, will it let us do it? Insert after, and it was BAE, Great Lakes, USA. That's correct. So there's BAE. And then if we try and cut this is just making that route a bit more defined, isn't it? Just looking for any waypoints. There aren't any waypoints out across this part of Canada, are there? There's one. Lungy. Oh no, there's another one. Esvod. So after BAE, we'll put in Esvod. So you can see it there now. Just to give some context on the way. There's another one here, Omaksu. And LittleNavMap's blown up again. We're not having much luck with it, are we? We don't want to use safe mode. And it's lost the flight plan, of course. So file, new, no, file, where is it? Flight plan, route description. Have we still got it pasted in here? Yeah, we have. So create flight plan and close. And that's got the wrong waypoint there, hadn't it? So yeah, it got hoist missing, hadn't it? I think you had to go and load the tracks, didn't we? To get it to appear. There's hoist. So that's where we're heading for. So we had just put in BAE, wasn't it? So perhaps I'll save this time. And then we put in, if we tell this to show more detail, it will show the labels at a bigger zoom distance. I think LittleNavMap's about to explode again. Oh no. So if we go, there we go. So Lungi, we did that one, didn't we? BAE, Esvod, Omaksu. There's Esvod. There's Omaksu. So there's one out here, 5075 north. Add 5075 north after Omaksu. 5075. That's got that one. Let's put in Katpa. How do you spell it? K-A-T-P-A. It's Katpa and then hoist. So the only reason I'm doing this, so if we save that, just to make sure it doesn't lose it again, save flight plan. The only reason I'm doing it is so we'll see them on here. So we're showing 500 miles range at the moment. So at the moment it's showing nothing after BAE, which is interesting because we've got 440 miles to SVOD. So let's see if we can find somewhere halfway along here. Japan after BAE. Have we actually passed BAE yet? No, we're about to. So this should start the next leg soon. So the next leg will go magenta. The airplane sounds very quiet at the moment. Should I be concerned about that? No, we're doing Mach 0.9. It's finished accelerating. We're at 48,000 feet. So we're cruising. So now we know that. What's the fuel prediction saying for the other end of the route? Egon, suddenly look, we've got 11,000 left. So let's see how far we can push this on speed then to get the time of the crossing down. So if we go to RNAV speed, I put 0.95. So Paul is saying, what is the blue disc spinning? I wish I knew. I've not found it in the documentation. If I find it's called the CID, isn't it? That screen. So I'm just reading the documentation to see if I can find anything out about it. Reading, scrolling. I think it might be simulating what could be a trackball pointer or something in the real one. I don't know. So I'm reading, scrolling. There's a lot of documentation. It's not the greatest documentation, but there's a lot of it. Right, here we go. It doesn't say anything in the documentation about it, so I'm guessing that's a pointer for a trackball somewhere. I have no idea, but it doesn't mention either of those things in the documentation. So we are increasing in speed. We're up to Mach 0.93, so that will make a big bearing on how long it will take. Notice though the fuel left over has dropped. Are we not tracking? That seems a bit odd that we're so far off track. So let's go to RNAV. We're on GPS. It wasn't on Navlock, that's why. I'm just going to keep an eye on this because doing harsh maneuvers is a recipe for disaster at this altitude. So let's bring that range down. So we can see there's the next waypoint, about 300 miles out, 200 miles out. We can get a moving map display over here as well, because this is pretty useless, isn't it? I forget which one it is that does it though. Okay, so this is now chosen not to work. There we go, it's working now. And it's chosen not to work again. Wonder if it's the angle you're at in relation to it that causes it. No, it's just not working. And now it is again. It was working earlier. Now it's not. So perhaps we don't bother trying. We've got this one. Let's try that again. No, this isn't working again. I wonder if we turn this off and on. No, turning it off and on again doesn't work. The age-old fix for everything to do with IT doesn't seem to work with it. So something I have got installed that I haven't even tried yet. If we did run out of fuel, we could summon air-to-air refueling. We could go and ask for an intercept from an air-to-air refueler, but we'd have to drop obviously down to 30,000 feet or something to go and get it. So we're doing Mach 0.93. We will have lost some speed in that turn, I would imagine. 571 knots ground speed, that's not bad, is it? So does that mean on here, do we get an ETA? 22:45 UTC, that's not bad. So that's 23:45 for me because I'm on British summertime at the moment. So it's a lot quicker than I thought we would do it. So we'll be landing at Mildenhall just before midnight. It'd be good to see how stable the aeroplane is, really. This is really why I'm doing this. Okay, so coming to the eastern shores of Lake Michigan. If you go and look on the map, you'll see where we are. So I've obviously put some extra waypoints in that we don't have on here. So I'm going from BAE towards Japan, but even then, look, it's not following a direct route. Let's go and just check that it has got the nav tracking back on. So nav lock is on, auto throttle is on, altitude hold is on, so it's working. So let's go and see if this is going to work now. No, I think I better stop fiddling with the aeroplane. I think the more I fiddle, the more things are likely to fall over. It'll just be good to see if we can get to the other end. While that's all happening, I'm going to go and open that spreadsheet up on a different screen and see if I can fix it so I can show you the idea behind it. So okay, I've fixed the graph. So if we go back into the browser and go to drive.google.com, the reason it wasn't working is because I hadn't shown a big enough range, because this holds more fuel than anything we've ever seen ever. So what it shows is the burn down over time of distance to go and fuel, and you want distance to go beneath fuel. Basically, you don't want fuel to hit 0 before distance to go hits 0. Yeah, so if this is on a bigger if the blue line's on a bigger incline than the red one, you're good. basically. So let's take another reading of where we are and how far we have to go. So if we go and zoom out on here, let's go and turn LittleNavMap back to default map detail. I'll go and get rid of all those range rings we drew. So at the moment, if we go measure distance, we've got about 3274 nautical miles. This isn't exact work, by the way. So 3274. And the time of the reading was 17:45. And the fuel we had at the time was fuel 145.3. So we got another reading, but you can see the tracks are broadly parallel, but still blue is slightly steeper. But over time, that will even itself out, and we'll get to see more. So every hour or so, I'll go in and fill another line in, another observation. But to be honest, the aeroplane's doing it itself. It's saying in here, look, we'll have 7,000 gallons left when we get to Egun. So it's not a concern. So someone's telling me that is that destination distance, that's the route distance. So here we go. Oh, sorry, yes, 3278. Yes, it does. So it does count it down. Very cool. I'd never noticed that. So we've got obviously our route here through our various waypoints. Let's go and remove the track. So, and this needs to be at 48,000 feet. Obviously, we haven't got performance data for the aircraft, so there's no point, you know, taking into account the fuel report or anything like that. Oh, we got another friend on Volanta. So there's our route. Obviously this is now got more in it than Volanta had, so let's go and correct the route on Volanta. So if we go in here and copy the flight plan to the clipboard and go into Volanta and edit the route, add a flight plan, enter a text route and do that to it, save route. And that gives us a much more accurate route now. So you can see where we are along the way. Even a little icon of a stealth bomber, which is quite cool. And obviously if you turn this around into 3D, you can see it. See us traversing the globe with a Tron-like light cycle line across the map. Heading out towards Canada over Michigan at the moment. Let's zoom in on this so it hasn't got so much to draw. If we go and have a look on Navigraph, we could update that in the same way, couldn't we? So if we go and edit the route and paste those extra bits in, then we've got our extra waypoints. And we could have just the world map view would be good enough for us at the moment. So you can see where we are in the world and where we're going. The thing that might be nice is we can pull up the weather, obviously, in here, and we can say we want the weather at 50,000 or 48,000 feet. There we go. Flight level 480. Oh, have we broken it? No.
Caution, caution.
Why? What happened?
Caution. 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 Caution.
I'm looking for something to appear here.
Caution. Caution.
Oh, it's airspeed. We're going too fast. Okay. We'll slow the airplane down a bit then. So 0.90 or 93. It was happier going a little bit slower than it is at the moment. So it's doing 0.94 at the moment. So we're just letting the ground speed drop off. We were right up against the limit then. So what I'm going to do is put a LittleNavMap up, put it into minimal window layout so we can see where we are. All we really need to worry about is if that ground speed changes enormously. So let me go and get rid of the taskbar as well. Where is it? Taskbar behaviors, automatically hide. There we go. So you get to watch the aeroplane from altitude. Give it a nice view so you can see what's coming. Put the mouse over there. And this doesn't have to be that shape, does it? It could be a lot narrower. Okay, so we're about to cross into Canadian airspace. So just reading back to the live stream comments, John is saying, oh sorry, no, 845 Sim is asking about the airplane. This is the Tobii Studios B-2, so it's relatively accurate, in quotes, to the real thing. So if you go and have a look inside, the appearance of the fascias and things are accurate because there is some video inside a B2 that has appeared, and the crews have worked with Tobii, or some of the crews have worked with Tobii as far as they could, obviously without overstepping any lines. Okay, let's go back to nav. So what does this give us on the flight plan page? Not much. That's the answer. So that's space, okay. So some of the pages work, some of them don't, but it's better than nothing. So now I'll leave this on this screen because it gives us at least the warnings in case that anything does start going wrong. So given we've just slowed down a tiny bit, we're now looking at coming in at 11:15, that's 12:15 for me. But we might get some good tailwinds on the way across the Transatlantic, so that time estimate may come down. Should we set up some half-decent views? I hate that aeroplanes very rarely have decent views. So what we'll do is do that. So that can be Control-Alt-1. So then I can just press Alt-1 to do that. If we come down and put this here, that can be... Now, do we need these switches? Maybe. So that can be Control-Alt-2. Where is the stick? If I go that close and go more wide angle, that can be Control-Alt-3. Actually, that could probably be with Control-Alt-4, couldn't it? And then there's one I haven't got. So if I go here, there's these switches down here as well. That should have been Control-Alt-3. So the idea being now I can look at that, or that, or that, or that. So I'm just making my life easy. So that was 4 for that lot. So if we went down here and move the screen around slightly, five. Six. Seven. Eight, and then 9. Oh, I'm going to have to zoom out slightly. There we go. Let's get it somewhere nearer the middle. Okay, so now we can look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we can get to everything with shortcuts. ATC have radar contact because we haven't turned on penetration mode. If we do that in the fictional world, we vanish. So how's this doing? Navlock is still on. Altitude is on. So we're just busy cruising along now for the next however many hours. We could go and put more waypoints in, I suppose. Once we get out to the track, the legs are about 320 miles. They're consistent, aren't they? So we could do with putting a waypoint in Ireland. I wonder what the real crews use for waypoints over Ireland. Gillan will use. So just checking that. So that's after Keswick. We want to go via Gillan. So we can use our one now, can't we? So Keswick, add leg, insert after, sorry, Gillan. And Ireland, that's correct, enter. And we'll go and do the same for Navigraph. They've never fixed that bug in Navigraph, have they? So we can just edit it up here. So Keswick, Gillan, done. And let's put that new one in. And in Volanta, there's probably no point, but we'll have a look. A text route, flight plan, copy it, paste it in here, get rid of that bit, save route, and it's now got Gillan in there as well. Cool. I wonder how many B2s there are around. Let's have a look at the map. Can you see any B2 shapes? They're probably going to be dotted around. Yeah, there's one down there, look, on the ground at Whiteman. They're going to be dotted around the locations you would expect to see them. I'm surprised there aren't more. What about around Mildenhall? No, that really does surprise me. Usually when a new aeroplane comes out in the simulator, you see lots of people doing flights in them. So on this display, we can, as you saw if you'd been watching earlier, you can pull up traffic. I'm not sure how we switch focus. To the second screen. Anyway. Flying across Ottawa now. Ontario, even. Whistling along at 48,000 feet. Up in the top of the atmosphere, doing Mach 0.93, just inside the speed limit of the aircraft. So I'm going to go and have a break. I'll keep an eye on this over time. So yeah, I'll come back in every now and again. So the next time we come back in will probably be in about half an hour. So I'll leave a notepad. And yeah, we'll update the fuel burn prediction spreadsheet on the way. So we'll leave that running. But I'll put a notepad file up for anybody that doesn't see this. So close other tabs, don't save. And I'll just use this for messages that we want to tell people. Actually, does sticky notes still exist in Windows? That might work well. There's a new version of it. Okay, what's this then? Let's have a look. Sticky notes, new. Oh, can you not actually stick them on the window anymore? So what about the old one? Nope, that's to do with... Oh, that's a shame. Did Microsoft got rid of the decent version of sticky notes then? New note will be back soon. Pop out the note. Oh, there we go. So if I just leave that running, I can leave this here. It's still not as any better than Notepad though, is it? Can you not make it hide the source? There's too much interface on it, isn't there? Well, that's better. Or marginally better. Whoa, look at that. The sim just bubbled. I think the weather updated. Should change this to blue. How did we do that? I didn't want that to happen. Purple. There's no. Oh, it's kind of a blue, but it's not a very good one. There we go. I'll put some notes in here for anybody that asks questions. So, flying at 48,000 feet, Mach 0.93. Oops, no, 0.93, not 9.3. Right, I'll be back soon. So I think I've solved the sound bug. It's a USB issue. Yet another one. So it's working at the moment, which is the main thing, I guess. So let's go and find out what the actual ceiling is of the aircraft. Okay, so the ceiling of the aircraft apparently is 50,000 feet, so 48,000 feet is plenty then. We won't push it any further. So I was going to make another line in the spreadsheet, so I've been fiddling with it, putting some extra lines in it, and I've forgotten this, the way the spreadsheet is designed. So by putting extra lines in, we get more projection. So let's go and make this a bit smaller to start with. So let me just make this bigger to begin with. Bring this in a bit. So let's go and see. So 1836 is our next observation. Distance to go at this point is, according to LittleNavMap, if we go and reopen the normal view in LittleNavMap, which is default, we need to show this. There we go. Interesting. Why is this no longer showing the data we wanted to show? I thought it was going to show us distance to go, but apparently not. So if we go measure distance, because we don't need it to be exact, 2772. And fuel at the moment is 132.8. So they are straight lining, more or less. That's going to come down steeper. So I would imagine if we project the blue line distance to go is going to hit 0 somewhere between 10 o'clock and midnight. So the thing to take account of here is anything where the red line is above the blue line is fuel left. Yeah. So this is time when distance to go reaches 0 and when fuel reaches 0. So we'll be able to fly actually for several more hours. So navlock is still on. For some reason the navlock keeps tripping out. Whether it's because it's having a job following these long-range waypoints, I don't know. But it has not followed the track the whole route, has it? If you look at that, it's miles away from it. It should be flying at the moment towards the next waypoint. 505N. But this hasn't done it, look. So if we go and look at the flight plan, activate leg to waypoint. Okay. Maybe that's what's been wrong all along. Because now obviously it's turning. So it's going to put itself on the track. But it will switch to the next waypoint before we even get there. So it might have made more sense to put another waypoint in further along. So say over here, add sir, add waypoint, add sir. And if we put this in here where, and remove that one. So in the aeroplane, we want to go insert after ADSUR and then activate waypoint to leg. Okay. Delete this one.
Caution, caution. Caution, caution.
Airspeed. Oh, we're doing Mach 0.94.
Caution. Caution, caution.
Is it not? Auto throttle's still on. We're aiming for Mach 0.93. It's just the wind probably is moving around and tripping us over the limit. So if we go and look in here, so nav lock has come off because we've been fiddling with the route.
Caution, caution.
I mean, we can go and throw the spoilers in just to pull the speed down. So looking at the... yeah, there we go. Just to pull the ground speed down that tiny bit. So it's doing this. It's interesting, isn't it? As if the previous waypoint was never there. So it's going from Omaksu. If you imagine that line. So let's remove that now. It's going to join this line on an intercept path. And then it's going to straighten up to go to Adsur. Which is why you're seeing this on the HSI. So somebody commented last night, I'm just reading the live stream comments about the air fresheners. The reason they're there is because the toilet's right there. Let's just be thankful that the guy that developed the Eviation, Alice, hasn't done the sound effects in this aircraft, eh? So yeah, we'll do another reading of the fuel at 7 o'clock. And probably on the hour after that, and that will give us more granularity of the burn down of the fuel and the distance, because obviously you're going to get variations, because of the wind. So if we go and pull up the map options and put the wind barbs on for the cruise altitude, which is 48,000 feet, you can see we are going to get a tailwind most of the way, which is going to help us enormously. It's not the strongest tailwind ever, but it's good, you know, it's enough to help. Okay, we're coming back in towards the GPS track. I'm guessing whenever I've changed the route, it's kicked off the tracking the GPS. I'm not sure. It could be a bug in the aeroplane, of course. So, I am tracking this on Volanta, so if anybody uses Volanta, you will be able to see me in the air. I am John Beckett in Volanta, so you can go and add me as a friend if you want, and I'll see your aeroplanes if you're nearby along the way. So you can see that's where we left Kansas. So Whiteman Air Force Base is where we took off from. Right, I need to shoot off for a moment. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. So, we're just keeping an eye on this because it has this habit of dropping navlock. But we're back on track now. And hopefully this is going to be switching legs automatically as we jump across the North Atlantic crossing. Now, I wonder if we can get this screen working that was going wrong earlier. It's interesting that it's saying, okay, there's the barrow knob. I was wondering where that was. So when we change that, does it actually show a barrow anywhere? Ah, there it is. 319, now it should be 2992. Interesting. Why is it that far out? So what does this one do? Oh, it's just the brightness. Okay. So we've dropped about 800 feet there. We were not at the appropriate altitude. It still doesn't discount that this is broken. We can't get to any of these screens. Very odd. No doubt, this is version 1.0 that's been released, of course, so coming days, weeks and months, hopefully it will get fixed. Right, so I'm going to go and eat my dinner soon, so I'm going to leave it on this view high above the aeroplane. I'm going to put LittleNavMap on the minimal view up in the corner, so we can chart the aeroplane's progress. I'll be checking in every hour or so through the evening with the aeroplane, but just don't expect me to be here the whole time. So let me go and mute myself, and then I'll leave a note on the screen. Okay, I'm just checking in with the aeroplane, see that everything is going swimmingly. So as you can see from the fuel reserves, we have got a lot of fuel left. We've used a couple of tanks in the wings. There's a lot more still to go. So we're just going to go and fill in the burn down spreadsheet. So we are now at 2003. So we'll put that in here. And distance to go. We'll go and estimate that on the map. So we'll make this go the full range. So if we right click here and measure the distance, it's 1927 nautical miles left to go. And the fuel burn down is 113.3. So you can see very quickly we're actually, because we've got those tailwinds, we're looking to land a lot earlier than we thought. So remember, this is UTC. So looking at, it's 8 PM at the moment. Oh, actually, there, this is showing time now. So this is BST, sorry. So if that carries on, we're looking to land around about midnight. Sorry, 11 PM. But the fuel is enough to carry on until probably, I don't know, 2, 4, 6 in the morning, potentially. So yeah, the projection on the fuel is enormous. So because you can see, we've got this, although it's turning into a bit of a crosswind across the Newfoundland, we were getting tailwinds, and all, yeah, and well, throughout much of Canada. But that's going to turn into a crosswind, first from the left, and then a tailwind, then from the right, and then a bit of a really gentle headwind. So it's only a few knots. So let's go and have a quick look. So at 40,000 feet, it's only 11 knots. But these crosswinds could be quite fierce, yeah, 60 knots. Still not as bad as it can get. Sure, it's not very windy anywhere at the moment. Nothing like I've seen at other times. So yeah, it's only sort of 50 knot winds around the world at the moment. Or at these altitudes anyway. So it's the long stretch across the ocean. You can see the aircraft is now tracking the GPS accurately, so that's all looking good. The systems are all looking fine on board. Let's just check the volume, so make sure you can actually hear me. Electrical systems are good. ECS is good. Engineering's obviously it's the same screen as over here. We'll leave the fuel burn down over here because it's quite useful. So you can see the HSI is doing absolutely fine. Let's increase the range on it. So you can see the next waypoint coming, 5750N. So we're about to start, well, we've already started. We're out over the Labrador Sea at the moment. And then over the top of the North Atlantic, basically. So we've already covered nearly half the distance. So we took off, what time did we take off? It wasn't long after I started the spreadsheet, was it? So probably about 4:30. So we're just crossing, it's 8 o'clock at the moment. So we've been in the air for 3.5 hours. So it's probably going to be about 7 or 8 hours by the time we land, which isn't too bad going. I'm not having to tank, so do it all in one go. I have got tanking ability available to me, so we've got Airshow Assistant installed. I've not actually tried it yet at all. So in Airshow Assistant we could, if we wanted to, go and choose an aircraft. So we've got the KC-46 available to us, but we're not going to need it. So I'm going to leave it there. I'll be back in about an hour to check in again, and we'll see how we get on. Hello. So we are back looking at the aeroplane and just checking things over, making sure everything's okay. Fuel is slowly burning off. It's looking okay. Okay, so we need to go and check on our spreadsheet and go and do another check-in. So the time is 2100 by the time we've done it. Distance to go. Let's work this out. As the crow flies. Measure distance from here. 1385 nautical miles. And the fuel we have left is 101.1. So we are tracking pretty close to our prediction to land about 11:30 by the look of it. So Stuart's asking what the bug is with the sound earlier. I think it was something to do with the USB. I use a USB headset, and I've heard of USB headsets siloning in the past, but this was different. It made me sound like one of Alvin and the Chipmunks. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. So, Ralph has posted a comment. Afternoon, Control 7 is actually a microwave. Oh, I see. Can we open it? That's brilliant. So can we start it and it will light up inside? Oh, the start-stop button doesn't work. Oh, that's a shame. I had kind of Lego Batman visions then of having Lobster Thermidor going round. But yeah, the airplane is chugging away quite nicely. What are we doing in terms of temperatures? So the T1s are a bit odd. 21 degrees. Okay, is this a temperature anomaly going on? We are still at 48,000 feet. Very, very odd. Is there a gauge anywhere else that shows us outside air temperature, maybe? Because you'd expect it to be... Earlier on in the flight, these were showing massive minus numbers, the T1s. Excuse me. That's thrown me. Anyway, so we're showing 240 miles range to the next waypoint. We can up this to 500 and obviously it will show more, but we're tracking on the GPS. Nav lock is still engaged, altitude lock is still engaged, auto throttle is still engaged. We're aiming to hit Mach 0. Oh my word, how is that not sending a warning? So auto throttle should be on, but we're targeting Mach 0.93 and it's exceeding that. And we got 588 ground speed. What's going on with the wind? Oh, we got a tailwind at the moment, so maybe that's contributing a little bit. But this is I thought this was indicated, so I guess We can't really be sure. So we're starting to burn down fuel on the inner tanks on the wings, but according to our spreadsheet of burn down, we are going to be massively inside. So if you took that as a straight line, so you're looking almost 6 o'clock in the morning, or it could last until. So yeah, that's a stunning distance, isn't it? Okay. Well, I'm getting tired. I'm going to be so tired when we land it. So I'm going to have to hit the coffee soon, I think. But the sun is going to slowly go down on us, so we'll be turning lights on in the cabin fairly soon. Right, I'm going to put this back up and I'll be back in another hour or so. So I'll leave this in view. I'll go and mute my microphone and I'll see you soon. Okay, it's time for the hourly check-in. So let's go and see where we are. Actually, before we do anything, let's go and have a look inside the aeroplane, see how the aeroplane's doing. So fuel is slowly burning off. So we'll go and update our spreadsheet with a time check-in. So we're looking at 2200 is just coming up. Distance to go in a couple of minutes. So we're a little bit early with this one, so I might update the time on it so it doesn't throw the graph out. Measure distance, 831 miles left to go. So we're going to put that at 21:59 was the actual check-in, and the amount of fuel we have left is 88.5. So we're actually tracking to go further on the fuel, and we're getting there faster than the trend line. So we're going to have a ton of fuel left. So in response to everybody where we're going, we are on our way to RAF Mildenhall, which is a shared Royal Air Force, US Air Force base. So the wind at Mildenhall this evening, so we're using live weather, is 60 degrees 9 knots. So it's coming in sort of this direction along, yeah, so there we go, along the track straight over the top of Lake and Heath. So we'll be coming in runway 28. So it may be worth going and seeing if there are, so there's no arrival routes, but we can go and put in ILS for 28 in. So we might want to go, so that's the Tusmu waypoint. So we might want to square that off somewhere up here. Gungu or Asram. So if we add Gungu on, so following our final waypoint, we can put, we're coming in over Gillan. Should we put another waypoint in over the coast of the UK somewhere? We could go via the Pole Hill VOR, couldn't we? So following Gillan, we'll go Pole Hill, Gungu, Tusmu, and then in. So let's keep those in mind. Go and have a look at the flight plan in the aeroplane. So scroll up, or down even. So there's Keswick's Gillan. So we want another waypoint after Gillan, and it's going to be Pole for the Pole Hill. United Kingdom, enter, Pole Hill, then Gungu, enter, and finally Tusmu. Enter. And then that takes us straight into in line with the runway basically. So we're still out over the ocean at the moment, but we'll be getting there before too long. Oh, is that a, no, it's not a rendering error, it's just the arrow for the course. So we're still up at 48,000 feet, so if we go and put a range ring on for 100 miles out from probably Pole Hill, we'll need to start descending then to come down. If we come down, say 3,000 feet a minute. You can work it out, can't you? Because 3 miles for every 1,000 feet, isn't it? So if we're nearly at 50,000 feet, we want 140 miles to come down at a sensible range, but 150 miles, but we can come down a lot steeper than a normal airliner. The stealth bomber can come down quite rapidly. So I'm not going to be in Mildenhall, but we can predict how long it's going to take. It's going to be about about another hour and a half, maybe hour and 20 minutes. And remember, I'll be slowing down once I get to 10,000 feet as well, down to 250 knots. So, but that's going to be in that last turn. So out over the sea at the moment. We could change the server we're using, so I'll do that now before we get anywhere near. If we go and put this on West Europe and resume. Okay, so I'll leave this going. I'm going to watch the sky get dark. So I'll check in again when we are coming over the coast of the UK, because that's around the time I'll have to start thinking about descending. It's going to be good fun. Okay, I'll turn the microphone back off for the moment. Catch you in a bit.
Caution. 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 Caution.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me again. Let's go and update the spreadsheet with where we are. So the time is 22:55. Distance to go is... let's zoom this in so we can get this accurately now. He says famous last words. Measure 339, except it's a bit further than that because obviously we've got to go around the corner. The fuel we have left is 76.6. So as you can see, we have rather a lot more fuel than we need. So we are homing in on our destination and we're looking good for time. So this is 11 o'clock obviously on this line here. So about 11:30, 11:45 we should arrive at Mildenhall. So we're just coming in over Northern Ireland right now. So should we go and have a look outside and see if we can see land? Oh no, we can. So if we see that in terms of the plot, that will be Londonderry that we can see down here. Obviously our aeroplane is just one giant shadow. So if we were to go and have a look on LittleNavMap at Londonderry, there's the river and there's that circular road around the outside. There's the river and there's the circular road. A little bit of interpretation needed, but so the next place we are coming up to I'm guessing is Coleraine or Ballymoney maybe. It's about to go directly underneath the aeroplane. The one on the coast will be Coleraine with the water sneaking in there, look. And again, the circular road is there. So we can identify the place on the ground. Obviously we don't have to play these silly games, we can just go over, look on the tablet, put this back to this mode and we can see ourselves travelling past. So Echo Golf Golf Mike is about to go below us, which is it on the map? No it isn't, how strange. Oh, I turned the runways off, didn't I? If we go view airports, show airports, there we go. Echo Golf Golf Mike. So Belfast will be off in the distance. So from outside, yeah, you can see Belfast out there. So our aeroplane is going that way. So that's Belfast. Yeah. We're going to go skimming past it and past the Isle of Man. In fact, if we sit up in the cockpit and scoot forwards, we can see Belfast out there. I'm just going to go and turn off the accessibility tips. We turned them on earlier while we were digging around in the cockpit trying things out. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a fun landing, isn't it? Or approach, because we're going to have to do everything on instruments. So we'll follow GPS on the way in, but we will need to know the
Caution.
approach chart.
Caution.
What's going on? Why did we get a caution light? Okay, that's a mystery. He doesn't seem too perturbed over there, does he? So we're still at 48,000 feet. We're going to have a look at LittleNavMap. There's no reason for us to start descending until we come through Pole Hill. So we're going to go past the Isle of Man, over the top of Liverpool and Manchester. Go past the bottom of the Lake District. Okay, so we're just passing north of Belfast right now. Ground speed is still 539 knots, 240 indicated. Mach 0.93, which we've been doing most of the way. Fuel-wise, the prediction has been really good. So once we got to cruise altitude, we've absolutely been nailing it all the way, look. So we would probably have been good until about 4 in the morning to carry on flying. Could probably have gone, you know, over into Germany somewhere. Or beyond that, maybe over into Eastern Europe. It's got a stunning range, hasn't it? Obviously, I'm not flying it to its best profile to do fuel economy. We were just trying to get here quickly. If you flew it to best economy, apparently you can do 6,000 miles on a full tank, which is stunning to me. So, yeah, it's about, what's that, 9,000 kilometers, something like that. Okay. So, in preparation for the approach into Mildenhall, the ILS is one. Should we change this colour back? It's a bit annoying, isn't it? We want to change the theme, don't we? To Google Maps terrain. There we go. So 11015. With a course of 282, but if we go into here and go to nav 1, we want 11015. So 110.15. Drop that into nav 1, and then we'll get the glide slope and localizer show up when we are within range. So the other thing to check is the altitude of the runway. So we can do this in Navigraph as well. So let's, have we got any charts for this? I doubt it, because it's a military airfield. Famous last words, we have. So we can have an ILS for runway 28, which would be really useful. So we can see it there, look. So we're going to come in at Tusmu, remember? So do we have an altitude for Tusmu? Above 2,600 feet, basically. So what's the airfield elevation? .32 feet. It's almost sea level. Okay, that's fine. I'll leave that chart on there for the moment. So you can see we're coming in over the channel. The reason this has gone off is because it hasn't got some of those last few waypoints, which we can correct. So if we go into here and go flight plan and copy it to the clipboard, then come back into Navigraph, paste that in, get rid of that bit and press enter, then we get our last couple of bits. Yeah, so going through Pole Hill, then E-Gun, and it's got the last waypoint. Tusmu's missing. Have I not got it on here? Gungu, direct Tusmu. Direct. Let's do that. There we go. So it just gives you more idea of what's actually going on, doesn't it? So we do the same to the Volanta plan. So if we go into here, edit route, we'll just go and check it. Enter text, paste it. So then when we look now, yeah, it's got it on here as well. We've got some weather as we go past the wash, which is not great, but we'll be fine. So what altitude is that at? It's not showing up at the altitude we're at, but we're going to be descending. So if we go and look at through the layers, okay, it's low altitude, it's below 8. That's 8,000, look. So there's a bit of cloud around. 8,000 feet by the look of it. But there's nothing else showing up, not at the moment anyway. So we'll turn the weather off in Navigraph, I'm not really worried. So we're coming in over the coast of the UK. So we've got Isle of Man out there. So Stuart's saying be careful with the approach. I'll hand fly the approach. I always do. I'll use the ILS for reference, but I'll hand fly it. So yeah, I'm just looking at that thing where Peter's saying he's learning more about Navigraph. I tend to use, just because it's so easy and I'm very familiar with it, I tend to use LittleNavMap as kind of a sketch pad to kind of sketch in the route, and then I switch over to Navigraph for detail. Because obviously it's got the charts, it's got the plates, and it's got the weather, and it does the weather really nicely. And it does far more than the weather actually. So you can pull up layers, and you can have turbulence and icing, and so have we got any icing to deal with? Should we have a look? If we come down, I doubt it, it's quite a warm evening in the UK. Saying that, look, it's staying, yeah, up around 120, so 12,000 feet, which we're going to be in the ballpark for that, so we might have to figure out where the icing controls are. So should we go and have a look at that before we get there? I think they're down here. Anti-ice. So you've got windshield and the engines. So if we do get any warnings about ice, we'll be ready to deal with it. You can see the end of our route is coming up. We've got this still on a 500-mile range, remember, so don't worry about it being looking like we're almost there. We're not. Yeah, so yeah, that weather slider in Navigraph is useful to see the weather at different levels. You can't do that in Volanta. It gives you a simplified view of the weather in Volanta. It's just a satellite map, basically. So you don't get to know what altitude the cloud is at, or the rain. But yeah, there is a rainstorm over King's Lynn by the look of it, according to Volanta. So I'm on the West Europe multiplayer server if anybody was thinking of joining us on the way in. If I put the name tags on, whoa, there's a lot of people out there. So obviously we can't see our own aeroplane, but you can see, look at that grid of turbines out in the ocean. So there's some F-22s coming out. They're fairly nearby because the parallax is showing up. There's an F-18E. They're only at 3,000 or 4,000 feet though, but they are shifting. Turn the nameplates off for the moment. Shouldn't really worry about them. They couldn't fire on us even if they wanted to, could they? Especially if we put penetration mode on, we'll just vanish. Or in the real world we might. So we are approaching Pole Hill slowly. Let's go and zoom this in a little bit. You can see there's Pole Hill coming up. It'll be a little while yet until we get there. But when we do, we will begin our descent. Come down rather steeply. So if you'd forgotten what we look like, let's go and change the weather just for a moment and then we'll put it back on again. So let's go and turn the weather, turn the time back. So here we are. After crossing the Atlantic. So we took off many hours ago from Whiteman Air Force Base, where the B-2s are based. And we've flown right the way across the Atlantic, and we're now over the United Kingdom and making our way in. So let's go and put the weather back on live, or the time back on live. So we've just disappeared again. You can see our silhouette against the cities, look. So we're just going to be monitoring the instruments on the way in, keeping an eye on the HSI, keeping an eye on the GPS track, keeping an eye on the navigation modes to make sure that the aeroplane is actually doing what we think it's doing. So we're on nav lock, we're on auto throttle, we're on altitude lock. Speed is set at still to Mach 0.93 at the moment. We'll drop it back to 0.85 when we begin our descent. So Peter's saying it's interesting how the flaps stay open. I think it's because they drag on purpose. So if you imagine they are, how do we put this? They're in the lee of the leading edge all the time. So if they open a tiny bit, they're putting some drag to keep the aeroplane straight. So they're fluttering the whole time to keep the aeroplane pointed the right direction on both sides. because obviously it doesn't have a rudder. So it crow brakes on either side a tiny amount to keep the aeroplane pointing in the right direction. Otherwise it would just start rotating on its belly, wouldn't it? Okay. I guess we should start descending. Let's have a look. We're just approaching Pole Hill, look. Not far away now. There's Manchester, Liverpool. Should put this on the auto IFR map instead. Although we're not following airways, are we? So it's not really an issue. We're way above the commercial traffic at the moment. So we need to go and figure out what altitude we're going to get down to. So we're going to aim for 10,000 feet for our initial descent. So we go into altitude, we type in 10,000, drop that into altitude, and then we want to set the vertical speed to get there. So minus 3,000. And then do a vertical speed lock to come down to 10,000 feet. And it's coming down. So at the same time, we'll go and slow the aeroplane down now. So we go back to the RNAV screen, go to speed, and we'll set the target Mach to 0.85. So the speed is falling off. We could use the spoilers, which will open the ailerons, like crow brakes. But we'll just see if, yeah, it is slowly slowly scrubbing the speed off. So we're coming down 3,000 feet a minute. Let's just have a look at that just to make sure. So RNAV, we're on vertical speed lock, minus 3,000 to a target of 10,000 feet. Down through 42,000 feet. I'm going to go and join the rest of the traffic. Do I have headphone mode on? What do you mean by headphone mode? Are my headphones working okay on the sound? I have the sound of the aeroplane turned down a bit, if that makes sense, so you can hear me over it. So yep, there's the green cotton gloves. You can see the full kit on the co-pilot. So we're making the turn there at Pole Hill. So I've dimmed everything down in the cockpit, obviously, for this night approach. Coming down through 39,000 feet now. You can see on the range, we've got 240 mile range. So still a long way to go. I'm guessing the 240 refers to the radius, sorry, the diameter, because we're not 240 miles away. We're 130 and some change. Look how much fuel we've got. So much fuel left. We literally could have flown to the other side of Europe on the same fuel load. Before I did this, I went and bought the airshow add-on so I could do aerial refueling if I needed to. But absolutely don't need it. Could fly halfway back to the US. I still think, I told the story earlier, I still think it's stunning that I went to the air tattoo at Fairford, the air show, about 4 or 5 years ago now, and the B-2 came in and did a couple of laps of the airfield as part of the displays at the weekend. And yeah, it flew over from Whiteman, flew over the Atlantic, did 2 circuits of the airfield without touching the ground, and flew home again. So I imagine for things like that, those flights are as much an exercise for the crew and the support aircraft, like, you know, the KC-135 that would have met it and all the rest of it. They use it, I guess they use airshow visits as a training exercise for a long-term deployment, you know, so if they're flying over to Europe to get involved in something. It's a really good exercise to see what's, you know, what is required to fly halfway around the world to do an overflight of somewhere. So Tyler says, have you tried to use the refueling add-on? Not yet, but I've flown formation a lot and I've messed around and done refueling in DCS in the past. So I don't think it's going to be that difficult. Famous last words. We'll have a go. Most of it's going to come down to how good your joystick is, I think. I will be doing a video review soon of a joystick. I've been using an Airbus stick forever with the Sim, which is the best joystick I've ever seen in terms of accuracy and how smooth it is and progressive it is with movement. But I went and bought an X56 from, is it Logitech that sell them now? I'm not that impressed with it. And plus, it only really works in your right hand. So something I completely didn't anticipate is if you're using a simulator, the advantage of using an Airbus stick in your left hand is your right hand is free if you're right-handed for the mouse, which is a huge advantage for controlling the aeroplane with your left hand while fiddling with the cockpit with your right hand or clicking on other things or, you know, navigating around. Or so having your right hand taken up with the controller is a huge hindrance. You end up having to cross hands and hold the stick with your left hand while you're freeing your right hand up for the mouse. Obviously in a fighter plane context in DCS it's a different story because it's HOTAS and yeah, it makes a huge difference, so you don't have to look down, so you've got all the weapon systems and the sensor suite at your fingertips. So Al Loper says he's got the WinWing Airbus stick. Oh, I'd love to hear about that. If you want to pop over to the Virtual Flight Online Discord server and post in hardware about it, loads of people would like to know about the WinWing hardware. They've all been talking about it. Okay, we're down to 23,000 feet while we've been waffling on. Or while I've been waffling on. So let's go and lessen the range on the HSI so we can see our destination out there. So the reason I put 10,000 feet in is then we can decelerate down to 250 knots. So we're obviously doing, we are shifting Mach 0.85. Let's have a look at the map. So this is the weather that is showing up at 12,000 feet, flight level 120. Also, we need to go and find out the weather on the ground, don't we, at Mildenhall. So we got 70 degrees, 9 knots for the wind, 18 degrees centigrade, so it's lovely and warm. Humidity 78% and 30.13 inches. What's the transition altitude? It's probably 6,000, isn't it? Oh, 3,000. My word. That is a low transition altitude. So the knob, as I found earlier, for the barrow is under here. So we'll be able to play with it later, and it shows up over here, look, for the barometric pressure to calibrate the altimeter. So should we turn that speed back down a little bit more? So we're at Mach 0.85, let's go for 0.75. And let that bleed off. We're down through 16,000 feet now. You can see some lights very dimly out there. We can see a runway out there to our left. That's going to be Coningsby. We've just gone past Waddington, which is where the Vulcans used to be based. So Coningsby is just out there in the dark. So that's where all the Eurofighters are based. Coming down to 15,000 feet. Continuing to descend. Numbers are looking good. Should we swap these screens around and get the HSI over here? So if we go stat, and is it HSD? There we go. And increase the range. And then we'll put something else down here. It's just so we can have that in view without having to look down, so we can still look up and see everything. Turn the brightness down a bit on this screen. Turn the brightness down a bit on that one. What do we want to look at? We've got tons of fuel, we don't need to worry about fuel. The status screen will probably be quite useful. So the aircraft should level up as it reaches 10,000, so keep an eye on the pitch. The nose, is the nose coming up? Yeah, it's winding off the vertical speed. Okay, let's have a look at the map. So we're coming in towards the approach. We want to be down to... It said 2600, didn't it? Well, that's the limit. So if we go for 3000 at Tusmu, I don't think we've got anything in the way on the ground. If we go back to open the default window layout in LittleNavMap, we'll get the buttons back. And what I was interested in looking at, if I can get it to do it, oh, I have to zoom in. Yeah, it's so flat around here. There's no hills in the way. That's all I was really looking for. And we've got this on terrain view, so there's no relief hills that we can spot. So this part of the UK is very flat, so we've got nothing to worry about. So what we're going to do is drop it down now then to, we're going to change this over to 250 knots. So we just wait for the speed to drop off. We can help it do that. We'll throw the spoilers out. Okay, back in the display here, we're going to drop down to 3000 feet. And we're going to do it at minus 2000 feet a minute, or 2500. And tell the airplane to do it. Actually, we've got tons of time, there's no need to go that steep. 1800 feet a minute. We need a minus on that, don't we? Where's the clear button? Minus 1800. There we go. And we'll put this back out to RNAV. So now we are below 10,000 feet. We'll go and put the landing lights on. We'll behave like a normal airplane now. I don't know if we actually get any landing lights on the airframe. We don't. They're on the gear, aren't they? So there's no point putting them on until the gear's down. Okay. So we remain a shadow in the sky. So you can see the rest of the route coming in now. Let's go and drop the route so we can see it quite clearly now, look. So there's Mildenhall, there's Lakenheath. We're about to fly over the top of, and let me get this right. Ah, interesting. So there's no EGYM. Echo Golf Yankee. Oh, it's Marham. Of course. So coming down to 6,000 feet. So we could drop this down to 1,000 feet a minute. It won't hurt it. We've got ages. And I've done it again. Need minus 1,000. There's our friend over there. So we can see we picked the ILS glide slope up, even though we're a few miles out, and it's disappeared. As soon as we get past the midpoint of the runway, we'll pick it up again probably. Yeah, we've just picked it up, look on here. So this is the runway direction that's been picked up on the ILS signal. It's already swung round. And there's the glide slope and the localizer have shown up. It's saying we're to the left, because if you think in terms of going towards the runway, obviously we're going the opposite direction as well. But that will all correct itself when we turn round. This shows a much more obvious representation. So we're coming down through 3,000 feet. When we get to 3,000, we will go and retune the altimeter. So we wanted 3013 on the barometric pressure. Let's go and do it now. It won't hurt. There we go. Altimeters have been recalibrated for local barometric pressure. We're coming in to 3,000 feet and just need to turn the corner, pick up the ILS and fly in. It's been a bit of an adventure, hasn't it? So we took off at, was it 4:30, something like that? And we're just coming up to midnight. So we estimated about 1:45, so in about 8 minutes time. So we're not far off with our estimate, are we? Even though, well, I've added these extra few corners to square off the approach, just to make it straightforward. But we're doing well. Look at that descent. Coming in towards Mildenhall. On Navigraph we can see the same thing. Coming round towards the... See, now this is interesting. So the way that's drawn, LittleNavMap gives you two arrows, one for the localizer, one for the glide slope. Whereas that plate only has the feather drawn that way. It's interesting, the different ways things are drawn. If anyone's looked at the Lufthansa navigation software, I've forgotten what it's called, the planner, the online planning system, that's got an entirely different way of drawing than the Jeppesen charts. So the town out there that we can just see is Thetford, I guess. We're just passing. So we're going to skim off some more speed now. Lower the range on this again. So as soon as we make the turn at what's it called? Tusmu. As soon as we make the turn at Tusmu, we'll lower the speed again, get the gear down, get the lights on. Many years ago, a friend, our next door neighbour, was a VC-10 pilot and went on to train lots of crews. He was an interceptor pilot many years before that. But they came and knocked on our door one night and said, okay, we know of an exercise that's happening. Would you like to come out to the end of the runway with us? So we jumped in their car and went and sat in the dark. The runway lights were turned off at Bryce Norton. And there was a C5 Galaxy doing circuits in the dark with no lights on the aeroplane, and all of the airfield lights were off. And it was the most eerie thing I have ever seen. You could hear it coming, and you could see this black shadow against the stars coming in with no lights. The only light you could faintly see was the light inside the cockpit, and they were only red lights, obviously. But they were obviously doing full instrument approaches with no lights on the airfield. It was really odd. Okay, so let's slow down again. So 160. And
Here unsafe.
oh, it's fine. So there's the runway directly in front of us. We're slightly above the glide slope already, so let's go and put the landing lights on. Turn the autopilot off. I have control. Now, is auto throttle a separate setting? Yes, it is. I have throttle and I have gear, so let's go and drop down onto the glide slope. So we've got 155 knots at the moment. Let's just drop a bit more steeply to pick up the glide slope. So if I press F, there's our default view in the sim. So obviously now we are going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. Well, still not lit up that amazingly, but and we've got some planes out here. Who's that then? So there's the markers. Oh, the sim's just frozen. What's going on? Give it a few seconds, it will wake back up, it always does. It's probably the occurrence of all these aeroplanes it's suddenly loading in, it's just having a fit about it. There it goes, it's just released. So we're back on the glide slope. Let's open the engines to keep the speed. Should we sit up? Just wondering what's going on with the angle of attack indicator. So we're on glide slope, or we're on the PAPI lights are showing good, but it's the glide slope showing us being high. We're a bit slow, that's probably why. Let's get it back to 130. Yeah, it's much happier now, look. We're almost on speed. It seems to be about 135 is the magic number. But now look, we're on... Okay, yeah, we are on the glide slope. Going a bit slow again. And we're drifting to the left. Let's get that corrected. And we're down. So crow brakes. And there goes the nose wheel. And spoilers back open. Oh, closed, sorry. And we need to look for the appropriate route off the runway. Should we have a look from outside now? Isn't it funny just seeing this black shadow rolling along? So should we go and taxi past, which way do we want to go? Past the C-130s or past the Ospreys? Past the Ospreys, I think. So let's go and put the head tracking on. Go and have a wander around Mildenhall. Go and find somewhere to park. So taxi light can go on. Landing light can come off. Oh, we just missed the post with the wing. I better go and scoot across the other side of the taxiway. There's an MD-11 over here. Should we go and park next to it? Or whatever the military designation is of the MD-11. Oh, there's a C-17 down there. Well, no, we'll go and park next to the C-17. That's much more fun. Ah, someone is saying, let's just bring it to a halt for a second on the taxiway. If we turn the lights on inside now, where are we doing? So, someone was saying that there's pop-up nav lights. Do you know where the switches are for it? Toggles on the center console. Let me turn the head tracking off for a moment. So there's the bit test, there's the flight controls, cabin flow, cabin temperature, anti-ice, windshield, pitot he can come back off. Fuel system, aerial refuel, that's the fuel pumps. Oh, center console overhead. Sorry, I thought when anyone ever says console. So toggles. So we got anti-collision. That was on both. Position lights was on bright. Oh no, it was on off. Well no. Let's put anti-collision on both to see what difference that makes. Oh hello, we've got somebody has parked in front of us. We'll drive through their fuselage. So then we can see our lights that we were talking about, potentially. Oh yeah, we got the pop-up lights on the wingtips. I think I've gone the wrong way to get to the C-17s, haven't I? Going past the Eagles now in the dark. So hopefully no crew are going to watch this, but we're going across the grass. Nobody will notice. Apart from we're going to get bogged down and then it'll be on the national news in the morning of the stealth bomber stuck in the mud. Go and put ourselves next to this, in between the two C-17s. Okay, taxi light off. Anti-collision lights off. Position lights off. Entry lights. Actually, we'll put that on steady. Turn off some of these other lights. So emergencies. We can leave everything else as it was when we got on, to be honest. That was off to begin with. Console flood. We'll leave these lights on, otherwise we won't be able to see what we're doing. So, engines. Stop. So let's see about turning some other systems off. So the bleeds can go off. The pitot heat was already off. Cabin packs can come off now. His hand's in the way, isn't it? Can't actually see behind it. And then we should just be able to turn to cold and dark, and then we get the head torch, which is normal for flight sim once you've got no power. So we could go and turn those knobs back off overhead. I think we're cold and dark and good to go. So what we can do in the tablet, oh, we've turned the power off. So let's go and put the utility battery back on to get the Garmin back up, and switch this back to here, and then we can go and open the, I can never remember where this is, wheel chocks on, put the tags on the aeroplane, get rid of the crew. I don't want to do that. You can put the, oh my word, you can put the other guy on the toilet. That's really terrible, isn't it? I'm just trying to remember how you extend the door outside. Ground power unit, scaffolds, fire, munitions cart, ground tug. My brain has completely, oh, we turned the anti-skid off as well. My brain has completely gone blank. Oh, of course, yes, it's top centre, isn't it? Yeah. Good shout to everybody that's helping me here. So that will unfurl the door outside. And then while we're waiting for that, we can scoot around the back of the seats and undo the hatch and jump down out of the aeroplane. So there we go. Our work here is done for the day. So I'm going to leave it there. Hopefully everybody that's been watching has enjoyed this. So that's a first for me, a first transatlantic flight I've done in a couple of years. And to have done it in the stealth bomber, that was good fun. I guess I've got mixed views about the avionics, because none of us are going to ever know what's in the real aeroplane. And the crews that have helped Top Mac Studios make the aeroplane, they're not going to be able to tell them anything beyond the basics, are they? Even in terms of the instrumentation, it's going to be rudimentary. They're not going to tell them anything in too much detail. But yeah, it's an interesting one. So a lot of the systems you see in the aeroplane are made up, obviously. But you can get the job done. So yeah, going into RNAV, for example, in here, gives you basic control of autopilot functions. There's a lot of stuff that you'd expect to be there that isn't, and obviously none of the sensor suite is there. None of the weapons systems are there. None of the communication systems with other aircraft is there. So, you know, being able to pull up the tactical displays for situational awareness of aircraft around you just doesn't exist in the sim. You know, in the sim full stop, not even just this aeroplane. Obviously, aircraft in DCS have things like that, but that's because it's built to simulate kind of late 80s, early 90s airplanes. So it has the early versions of a lot of those things. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks for watching. I'll go and post this out on the blog. So if you haven't seen the blog I write on the internet, if I'll just quickly pull it up and do a bit of a sales and marketing job, which I never do. If we go over to johnbeckett.substack.com, if my browser is going to work. There we go. So if you subscribe to this blog by email, I'll visit it as if I was you. So if I go to a new incognito window and open it up, it will come up looking like this, and you don't have to subscribe straight away. You can say, let me have a read first. But if you do choose to subscribe and you put in your email address, whatever it is, it will then give you the option of a free subscription. And all it basically means is whenever I do a video on YouTube, I post it on the blog immediately afterwards. And everyone who subscribes gets an immediate email with a link to the YouTube video. But I don't just post the videos, I also post lots of other bits and pieces as well. Sometimes I write a few things. So the most popular article ever is, "But you're not a real pilot." So that's the comment I famously got from somebody one day when I criticized something. And yeah, I had the nerve to put my head above the parapet and received, a hail of gunfire about it from a certain developer. I'm not going to name names. I think everybody probably knows which developer it will be that reacted very, very badly to a critique of their aeroplane. But anyway, yeah. There's also other bits and pieces, like I bought a model kit the other week, so there's a bit of write-up about that, about me doing a first model kit since I was about 10 years old, which is actually finished. It's on the desk in front of me. I haven't. I need to varnish it, and then I'll do a post all about the making of a plastic model kit for someone who hasn't done one for decades. So there you go. So yeah, the blog, I post everything that, obviously everything I do in the simulator goes in here. Also, all of the procedures and guides that I've written up for the various airplanes are listed in here. So there's a full list. There's getting to be quite a lot of them, isn't there? Yeah, so that's all there is to it, really. So yeah, go join the blog. And if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, do so, please. Then obviously I guess YouTube tells you when I post videos as well, but the easiest way is the blog, because then you just get a nice short email saying that Jonathan's posted a new video. Cool. I'll see you again soon. And yeah, curly toes, I can't say one way or the other about who you have suggested the developer might be that reacts horrendously badly if any of their work is ever questioned. Yes, I couldn't possibly say. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Take care, and thanks for watching tonight. I'll see you all soon. Take care. Bye.